to mute it. I'm so sorry. Hello everyone. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Hello, the closer Grizzly Green Ninja. Jose, CEO, Havokft, Nobunaga, Trustier Cross, Buzz, and Olivia, Tony Marlist, Mario, Sono Bombo, Freddy with an IE, Maxi, Thunderwhite, hello. How are all of y'all doing? What's up? And Fuzz, thank you so much. Buzz, Buzzy, for gifting a sub to MNC. Thank you, Buzz. B, click, H, U, C, 21. Thank you. Thank you. Aw, thank you, Basil. I'm glad you enjoyed it. How's your day going, Sleepy? You know what? It is going way better than it started. I woke up feeling not too good. And then I got up and I was like, boo-hoo. But I still tried to keep going until eventually I was like, it's a beautiful day outside. I'm gonna go on a walk. And then I went on a really, really long walk. And I think it was last week I told you all about how I found a new trail, but last week I didn't have time to actually go on it. Today I went on it. It's an exceptionally short trail. It's like less than half a mile. It's really just like a little path kind of behind a neighborhood, but I went on it and it was super cute. There were lots of really just like cute trees kind of around it, canopying over it, and it was a gorgeous walk. I just had a really good time, and I got home feeling great, and I got home to some important wardrobe pieces having arrived in the mail, and I have more important wardrobe pieces arriving in the mail later today, and I'll probably be able to go get them after I finish streaming. All costumes for videos that I want to do. And, just a girl loves to dress up. So I got home from my walk and I put together a costume and I was like, oh my god, this is so exciting. I can't wait to make a video with this costume. But I didn't have time to record today, so I'm probably going to be doing some recording in the next 2 days. But I was very excited. It's going to work out. My brain is on fire with fun ideas. My walk made me happy, soaked up some fat vitamin D, you know what I'm saying? And it got me all excited for next week. 2 days ago, what day would have been it? Tuesday, I went on a very long hike. I think it was around 10 miles, and it was in a different area, and it was really, really pretty. Might have even, I think it was around 10 miles. 9 or 10 miles, but it was a long hike and it was pretty challenging. And yesterday I was very kind of like physically tired from that, and I think I was kind of expecting to be like back on it today, but I was not, if that makes sense. I was like kind of planning on going to the gym this morning, but I woke up, and when I say I was feeling boohoo sad, what I mean is I did not feel like going to the gym, and so I didn't go to the gym. But hopefully tomorrow my legs will feel good again. My legs aren't sore at all. It's more I just have like this overall fatigue that I do feel much better from now, so I'm hoping tomorrow when I wake up I can get back into the gym. But yeah, that was a long hike. It kind of put me out more than I was expecting, but it was fun. after you film all these videos, so we're not spoiled on them, you need to take a picture of your closet of costumes because it'll be a very interesting collection. You know, I do have my closet of costumes right next to me. I have my normal closet where I keep my normal clothes, and then I have my costume closet where I keep my things that I only ever use as a costume. But my normal clothes closet I use for costumes as well often. But the costume stuff I pretty much never use in normal life. So one does bleed into the other, but the other never bleeds back. Why could I see Sleepy working at a Renaissance festival? You know what? I got hired to work at a Renaissance festival right before COVID. So that was cancelled, and I was very sad about it. I was gonna be a little Scottish page boy running around and like giving people letters. I was so excited to be a little Scottish page boy. My dreams were crushed, truly. Maybe someday in the future. I think it would be fun to be like a crystal ball tarot divination person at a Ren fair. You aren't going to be the one that insults everyone in hopes they miss with tomatoes? No, I would never waste tomatoes like that, okay? Have you been to one of those festivals before? Yes. Yes, I have. I've been to the Ren Fair in Louisiana a number of times. I don't know how many times. Less than 10, maybe like over 5. I don't know exactly how many though. But I've been to the Ren Fair in Louisiana a lot, which is in Hammond, Louisiana. And then I went to the big one in Ohio. And that one was also very fun. Have you been to the PNW ones? No, not yet, not yet, not yet. Were they good? Yes, I love Ren fairs. And here's my hot tip. Go to a Ren fair when it's raining, okay? Because the merchants will be selling their stuff for like... Everyone will be selling... I mean, I shouldn't guarantee this, but whenever I went to the Ren fair and it was raining, every single vendor was doing like at least 30% sales. And there were some vendors who were doing like 50% sales on everything just because traffic was so low because it was raining and it's an outdoor event. But like, you know, in the Renaissance it rained too. So you don't have to not go to the Ren fair just because it's raining. It's just, it's still immersive. It's still immersive. You just have to be ready for the rain. Get a little wet, you know? Kinga Duncan. Kinga Duncan. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for your sub. Thank you very much. G click I dot N sk G click A sk D A sk N click K sk sk E N sk. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And a necropog. Thank you as well. Thank you. And E C sk R O P click O sk G sk. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I've once been at a Ren fair when it was pouring rain. It's great being in a very dry field when it suddenly starts raining really hard. I love the sky. I love the sky and all of its mysteries. I'm a big fan of weather, you know? I think weather's pretty crazy. Weather's pretty crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Gutta, 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 gutta. I had a wild dream last night that I was a Marine, and not even a Space Marine, just an American Marine. Kisley, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Gisley, for gifting 5 subs. And thank you, Twitch, for gifting 2 more subs. We added 1 gift sub and 1 bonus gift, so that means 2, right? Yeah, 2 subs. Thank you, Twitch. And thank you, Gisley. Thank you. Gishk, I.SLI.5. Thank you so much. Gisley. Thank you. So, in real life, there's this girl at the gym that I see a lot. Your voice is exceptional, whether for ASMR or singing. Thank you for enchanting my nights. Aw, thank you, Kinga. I appreciate it. Welcome to the chat. In real life, there's this girl that I see at the gym a lot, and she has a very intimidating vibe. Like, she has a strong face. She looks so strong, and her hair is always in like a very tight pulled back ponytail, and she's doing like 5 pull-ups, which is a lot. Okay, it's insane. And then she's squatting like more plates than I can count. She's amazing. She-Hulk, she's not like bodybuilder bulky or anything like that. Like, she doesn't look like she's on like steroids bulky or anything, but she's obviously very, very, very strong. Very strong. And her legs are like amazing. Lean beef patty? Yeah. Lean beef patty sort of build. But she's a little bit probably older. I would guess she's maybe like low 30s or mid 30s, and she has a lot of tattoos. So she has like this very intimidating vibe, and she doesn't smile. She never smiles. But in my dream, she was my fellow Marine, okay? And in my dream, we were like doing each other's hair like it was a slumber party. And I remember thinking in my dream, like, wow, she's so much less intimidating in real life. It's gonna be weird when we're done with this mission and we see each other in the gym again. I wonder if she'll smile now that we're friends once we just see each other in the gym again after we're finished being Marines. That was my thought. In the dream, were you also swole as hell? I was not. I was exactly in my body. But one of the things that was interesting about my dream was that there were multiple perspectives. So for most of the dream, I was me, and for some of the dream, it was me, and I was in like the bunks, and me and this other girl, the one I just described, we were like talking to each other and doing each other's hair, and kind of talking about being in the Marines. And then there were also parts of the dream where I was doing training, and I was like learning about the kind of combat that we were going to be doing. And I was kind of like touring the facilities, and I was seeing a lot of other people train in different ways, which was interesting. And then someone started telling me a story about why it was important to not bite off more than you can chew when it comes to training. And someone was telling me a story also about like basically following regulations, even if you think you are more capable than like the regulations that are set for you. And whenever someone was telling me that story, my dream switched, and it was like a flashback, and I knew it was a flashback, but it was also a flashback where I wasn't me. I was a dude, and I was like a kind of chubby like dude, and I had a really big ego. And the flashback was like a lesson story about this guy whose eyes I was seeing out of, and he wasn't following regulations, and I was about to like see what happened to him. And he was very ambitious, and he wasn't fully trained yet, and he had two friends who were a little bit older in the Marines who were both like pretty strong. One of them was like a big tall strong guy, and then another guy was like a very like lanky small like strong guy. And we were all swimming out into the ocean, and I had a regulation of like not swimming past a certain point, but I was like, whatever, I can do it. So I swam past that certain point, and of course like the undertow or something ended up pulling me down, and so then my POV switched to the tiny guy. So then I was tiny guy, and we were swimming into icebergs that had like there was kind of two massive icebergs, or they might have been connected at the bottom or something, but there was a big crack in the middle. So we were in like super cold water, and we were swimming, and there was like this complicated ice cave structure beneath us. And so I was like this lanky guy, and chubby guy had already gone down behind me, and he hadn't come back up. So now I'm lanky guy, and I'm swimming, and I hear another one of my buddies go down behind me, and I think, okay, this is crazy. I better go swim down and get him. So I dive, and I'm the best swimmer in the group, and I find my friend, and he's like kind of caught in this complicated ice cave structure, and I like am pulling him up, and while I'm swimming I look up, and I'm holding my breath, and I'm already starting to run out of air, and I'm really trying to get back up to the surface, but it's really dark and scary. And then I see an explosion in the water above me, and I start seeing heavy machinery from some kind of ice ship start falling into my cave structure, and I'm trying to dodge it, but there's too much and it all falls on top of me. And that is the story of how 3 boys who didn't follow instructions died. And then I was back into my bunk, and I was, like chilling with my gym friend, and we were like, yeah, we're not gonna break the rules like those idiots. And that's pretty much all I remember. But the ice part of the dream was crazy. It was very exciting. Very exciting. The visual of the machinery falling down into the ice structure that I was trying to swim out is like really in my head. Like I remember seeing like this big rudder coming down, and just the colors from the explosion hitting all of the ice, and seeing more and more giant chunks of metal fall, and just realizing in my head, there's no way I'm gonna get out of here. It was a crazy feeling. Yeah, it was wild perspective switching. I don't think I've ever perspective switched in so like clear of a way before in my dreams. Like I've had dreams where I like all of a sudden switch to having a different dream, but that was like a dream within a dream, kind of, where I was a different person in each and they were still tied to the larger framework. I don't know if that's ever happened before, so that was interesting, perspective switching in the dream. Are you by any chance the main character in Edge of Tomorrow? I don't know what Edge of Tomorrow is, but now I'm thinking of The Day After Tomorrow. What a good movie, dude. I haven't seen that movie in so long, but I want to watch The Day After Tomorrow. That's such a good movie. So many scenes from The Day After Tomorrow also live in my head. Those just really strong visuals of them walking on top of the city that's like covered in snow. The CGI is a little funny now. I bet it is. I bet if I went back and watched it now, it would look so cringe. And just, oh gosh. You know, there's honestly, considering how apocalyptic the show is, it's pretty cozy. Like all of the library scenes, there's a coziness to them that I think is very special. I always like media that has, well, actually, this is funny. I don't like a lot of cozy video games. I find them boring. But a lot of cozy movies and shows I think I do like. But yeah, there's a lot of video games that are cozy that I don't like. And I think it's like, I'm not really a big fan of a lot of 8-bit games, or a lot of games that feel like the lesson of the game is like baristas are people too. I don't know, it's just like boring to me. Because like it's I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. There's a lot of like top-down kind of 8-bit or pixel art aesthetic games that are considered like cozy games, and you just like are walking around a town and learning about people. And oh gosh, I need to clear my throat harder. It's because I went on a frickin' walk. Every time I go on a walk, I end up needing to clear my throat. Okay. Yeah, Stardew Valley is one of them, but it's like a whole genre. It's not just Stardew Valley. I used to think it was just Stardew Valley until everyone thinks that I like these games, and they're all like, oh my gosh, Tessa, oh my gosh, Sleepy, oh my gosh, Squash, you would love this game. And they send me games that look so boring. And they're not Stardew Valley. I don't retain them because I don't play them, so I don't retain what I don't like. But there's this whole genre of games. Wholesome games, yeah, maybe. Animal Crossing I actually did like for a long time. Animal Crossing might be the exception. But yeah, I don't like The Sims, and I don't like Stardew Valley. But even Stardew Valley and The Sims and Animal Crossing are a little bit more goal-oriented. They're not as sandboxy. What I'm thinking about is a little bit less sandboxy and more, there is more of like a linear plot. No, not Terraria. I like Terraria and I like Minecraft. Visual novels, some of them might qualify for being visual novels, but I'm not talking about classic visual novels. Undertale would be one of these games. Undertale would be in this genre of games. Yes. Undertale, I would say, is so like indie RPGs. Yeah, kind of. Indie RPGs that have like a pixel arty aesthetic with like 8-bit music, and you like walk around to different cafes and like talk to people, and then you like go to the mechanic and like talk to the mechanic, and you're like not doing anything. Yeah, that doesn't sound like Undertale. Well, I said it. Undertale has fighting and stuff. Hello, Macula. Welcome to the chat. You might just be thinking of life sims and visual novels or dating sims. I'm not thinking about dating sims. I've played visual novels. I'm not talking about things where like you're just clicking on dialogue options and characters are sliding in from the sides. I'm talking about games where you're using WSAD and you're walking around. I can try and open Steam and find some of these games, but I don't know if I feel like it. Pokemon games? Yeah. But there is a genre of games that I'm talking about. I just don't know what it's called. So, Earthbound-inspired indie RPGs about depression. I think that is probably the best description I've heard about it so far, Mario. I think that's it. Do you like visual novels? Some of them. I liked Doki Doki Literature Club. I liked Clanad, and I think it's called God Save the Queen, I think. God Save the Queen. So fun. Recently I played Slay the Princess. I really enjoyed that one. And I'm also in the middle of Andy and Lele something coffin. What's it called? Andy and Lele coffin game. Yeah. Andy and Lele isn't a visual novel, but it is like an 8-bit WSAD thing, but it doesn't fall into the same genre that I was talking about before because it's actually good. But it had potential to be a game that I hated. Thank you for your prime. Gudo. Thank you for your prime. Gudo. G U T-O click 7_7 Thank you. Honestly, I should play Doki Doki Literature Club again because I don't remember a lot of it. I played it so long ago now. I remember only Monica. I remember a lot of the scenes that kind of like stick out in my mind, but a lot of the like overall plot stuff, I don't remember. I do not remember. Alright, Cosmic Theorists. Here's your name trees. Click. C O S M I dot C click T H E O click R I dot S T S. Thank you. And Nobunaga also has a word wrap for woohoo in a sad tone. Woohoo. Taylor says, I think the charm of the games you hate are that they're mundane. I think that you are exactly right. You're exactly right. And I think part of the reason why I hate these games, oh god, I'm so sorry. I think part of the reason why I hate these games is because I judge the people who play them negatively. And I feel guilty about that because I don't think I should have that kind of rash of a judgment of them. Like, I should probably try and not judge them. But, like, I love the mundanities of life, and I see them all around me. And they make me happy. But something about, like, sad gamer boys playing games that celebrate the mundanities, whatever, of life, makes me sad, and it makes me want them to, like, just go experience the delights of the world. Like, I can understand wanting to live in a fantasy world and therefore playing WoW all day. I have a deep empathy for that. But something about, like, wanting to live in the real world, fantasizing about living in the real world, like, makes me sad. Like, okay, so go do it. Go do it. Like, this game is made to reflect the real world, and to reflect the beauty of all humans, and to reflect how all of us have hopes and dreams and intricacies, and all of us are interesting. And if you vibe with that, then I have good news for you. That's how it really is. That's how it really is out there. That's how it really is out there. So you can just, it's all around. It's all around. Alright, we'll do some more sad woohoos. Woohoos. Woohoo. 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 Woohoo, 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 woohoo. And also we have a word rapport. Sleepy. 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 I don't know, sometimes I just want to pretend I own land on a farm and it's... Yeah, I think that's why I'm resisting saying that I don't like life sims, because I think that's also a fantasy that you don't just have in real life. It's not like the game has interesting characters and relationships, but so much of Stardew is about like owning your farm and collecting money and kind of crafting more and more complex things. That's why Stardew doesn't perfectly fall into the kind of category of game that I'm talking about. Undertale would, though. Undertale is a game where you go around and talk to people and realize that they're real people. You know what I mean? Like games where you just kind of walk around and talk to people and realize everyone is interesting is what I'm talking about. Technically they're monsters. They look like monsters, but they're all just silly dudes. They're all just goofy guys. They've all got wives and children. I'm kidding, they don't all have wives and children, but like metaphorically. They're all just dudes. Sleepy, 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 sleepy. Sleepy, 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 sleepy. Does this mean you wouldn't like Witcher 3? No, I like Witcher 3. Sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. Sleepy, 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 sleepy. Sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. Sleepy, sleepy, sleepy. Sleepy, sleepy. Sleepy, sleepy. Sleepy, sleepy. I need to explain my idea better, because I want to be specific, and if someone thinks that this applies to Witcher 3, then clearly I haven't explained it well. So, let me get out the whiteboard, alright? Whiteboard time. These are the elements that a game needs for me to look at it and be like, I already hate that game and I haven't even played it, alright? And it needs all of them, not just one of them. okay? All of these elements, because by themselves, they're actually all fine and can be cool, okay? So it needs to be pixel art, 8-bit music, closed world, relationship focused, / character focused. It needs to have all of these things. These things make me feel trapped when they're all together. I have no freedom of what to do or when to do it. All I'm doing is walking around and talking to people. And there's nothing pretty to look at. Oh, wait. It needs to be, like, kind of advertised as cozy, even if it doesn't use that word. So that means that there's going to be a lot of rain. Here. Rain. Train tracks. Crickets. This shit, okay? I love all this stuff, but when someone makes a shitty game and just shoves these things into it, I feel like I'm being abused. Like, maybe I shouldn't say that. I feel like I'm being manipulated. I feel like it's like what are those shitty YouTube ads? What are those shitty YouTube ads that are like, that men get these video game ads that are just like little soldier boys like jumping into a giant girl's mouth. hero somethings. I only get them when I'm around men, which means that their phone is telling my phone. Hero Wars, yes, Hero Wars. That's what I'm talking about. Hero Wars. And also, yeah, mobile ads for mobile games. And whenever I'm by myself, I get ads for hair products, for makeup products, for laundry detergent, I get political ads, and photo album ads, like create a digital photo album. And then whenever I'm in public or whenever I'm around men, their phone talks to my phone in the air, okay? I wish I could fit a tinfoil hat over my ears, but I can't. And then I open up YouTube and I get those fucking Hero Wars. What are they called? I already forgot. Someone said it. Hero Wars? Hero Wars, okay, yeah. I get those Hero Wars ads, and it's insane. It's insane. And obviously they're weird because they tap into, like, kind of fetishes in a lot of ways. So there's always, like, women with big badonkadonks, and they're making weird noises, and, men are like poking them or something. Like, it's weird. It's always weird stuff. And this stuff, like cozy train tracks, crickets, fireplaces, all just like shoved into a mid game with mid script writing and no freedom, is similar. I feel like someone's just trying to manipulate me, and I feel trapped. And these are the kinds of games that I hate. And these are the kind of games that men send me. And they're like, you're a girl. I bet you would love this cozy game. I bet you would love this cozy game called, Barista Forest. Stardew Valley is better than most of these games that I'm talking about, okay? Stardew Valley is like the best of its genre, okay? I respect Stardew Valley because there's goals, there's crafting, there's a lot of freedom. It is a closed world, but it's big enough that it kind of feels open. It's not as linear as like a lot of the stereotypes that I'm thinking in my head. What about Animal Crossing? I like Animal Crossing. I mean, there's a game called Coffee Talk where you're a barista talking to various characters. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. I like games that challenge me so that when I defeat them, I get a false sense of accomplishment for sitting in the chair and hitting buttons. I like games that, honestly, I've noticed that, like, I really do like games where I do the same thing over and over again, but where I feel like I can do better each time. You know, like League of Legends, nothing changes in League of Legends. You do the same thing over and 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 over again. And the meta changes, but the meta doesn't change that much, you know? We're not going into a game with 2 people in the mid lane and 1 person in the bot lane, you know what I mean? Like, League of Legends is gonna be League of Legends. I like playing League of Legends. I like playing Darktide. I like playing Hearthstone Battlegrounds. All of these games are games where you kind of do the same thing over and over and over and over again, but you can feel your own sense of, like, improvement, and there's a strong element of luck. I do like feeling connected to the world, whether I'm fighting real opponents or on a team, when the team is fighting other people, like whatever it is. I like those elements. And then I do like some like open world RPGs, obviously Skyrim, and I do like Witcher 3. I haven't finished Witcher 3, but I've enjoyed as much of it as I've played. And I liked Cyberpunk 2077. Do you feel like those narrative-driven games would be better for you if it was a movie instead? There are very similar movies like Lost in Translation, Patterson, Lady Bird. You know, I don't like Lost in Translation. I've never seen Patterson, and I have seen Lady Bird. I think I only kind of liked Lady Bird. Yeah. Sleepy. Coffee Talk has fantasy races like elves and orcs and mermaids, but you're a barista in Seattle who tries to help with these fantasy characters' problems by serving them coffee. Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't like that at all. I feel like I wouldn't like that. And I want to be clear as well. I don't think these games are bad. And I would probably like them if they were stage plays or books or songs. But it's not the kind of video game that I like to play. And also whenever people assume that it's the kind of video game I would play, it annoys me. It makes me feel unseen. It makes me feel unseen when people ask me what my favorite video games are, and I tell them, and then they tell me, oh, you should play Barista Forest. Makes me feel like, did you listen to anything I just said? Do you feel the gaming community is misogynistic? The gaming community is too big for me to like make a general statement like that, I think. Yeah, it's too big. The gaming community, the gaming industry, I would say almost definitely not. I would say it's like quite feminist, the gaming industry. The gaming community is both. It's too big. That's like saying, like, is sports misogynistic or something? And it's like, well, yeah, male sports have a higher viewership, but obviously there's so many female athletes and female sports television and female sports media, and men and women are partaking in sports enthusiastically, sometimes together, sometimes apart. Is the sports community misogynistic? I think there's a recognition within the sports community that men are more naturally gifted because they have like genetically bigger muscles than most women. And similarly, I think in the gaming community, it seems like men have some kind of natural inclination towards competitive games, and that the industry has been so focused on men until really just the last like decade that it seems like more men have been playing video games since they've been kids than women, and so because of that, men have an advantage when it comes to like lots of like competitive video games. And I think that's okay to acknowledge. Because of that, men probably play video games, broadly speaking, more than men. But there's just so many women who play video games, and there's so many men who are not misogynists who play video games, and then there's some men who are misogynists who play video games, and there's some women who are misogynists who play video games, and like there's probably more gamers who are like radical feminists than there are professional male soccer players who are like radical feminists. And that's gotta count for something. I don't know. It's just a massive community. It's very diverse. It's very diverse. You can find segments of the gaming community that are very inclusive to women, yes, and minorities and people like that, yes. But that's often not the segment of the gaming community you hear about in the mainstream, yes. A lot of the mainstream segments of the gaming community tend to display misogynistic tendencies, unfortunately, and a lot of that is probably a problem with the stigma at this point. Yeah, I think that's true. Thank you for taking the time to give this a nuanced answer. It's helped me adjust my perspective as someone who's not been in gaming for 10 plus years. I've always had a great time playing video games with men or with women. Definitely people have been misogynistic towards me while playing video games with them. But like, I've never viewed it as like a problem with the community. I've always just felt like, wow, you're a dick. Especially in the moment. I don't know. In the moment, I'm always just like, oh my god, stop being a dick. Yeah. And I will say, I personally don't have a problem with like insanely attractive women existing in video games. I enjoy it. I enjoy a non-traditional woman in video games as well. I just like diversity. I just love diversity in my games. And I mean, yeah, I like the same for male characters. I want there to be crazy, crazy, like ripped dudes in video games and weird, like K-pop star, teeny, skinny, lanky, feminine men in video games, and I want there to be like normal guy Joe men in video games, and I want the same for women. Okay, I want there to be, I want my top lane Alawi tentacle muscle mommies, and I want my little like tiny little cat girl people in video games, and I want my Final Fantasy big booby skinny queens. I want them all. I want them all. And I want my void mother creatures. I love it all. They're all beautiful. And they're all queens to me. Gaming is the largest industry at the moment. Yes, it's true, Freddy with an IE. I think video games is making more and selling more than movies and TV right now, which is mind-blowing. It depends on the sport. There's only so much you can follow, right? Sports made by men that rely on manly physical characteristics are more impressive played by men. Similarly, if I'm going to watch figure skating comps, I'd rather watch women since there's a certain elegance that is better portrayed by female athletes. I do like male figure skating as well, and male like ballet and stuff like that, but I will agree with you that well, I mean, couples figure skating is like incredibly overpowered. Oh my god, couples figure skating, amazing every time. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely some sports that are more clearly male dominated and some that are not male dominated. But even in things like figure skating, when it comes to like the athletic ability of the different genders, men have higher expectations when it comes to the amount of times they're expected to be able to spin in the air, and the height of their jumps and like all these other little things. I'm not a figure skater, so I don't know all the correct terminology, but even in things that are considered like more feminine sports, men have higher physical expectations because higher performance is expected from them because of their physical makeup. It's just muscle, yeah. There you go. I have note. Same with gymnastics, yeah. Yes. If women don't actively want to play video games, I don't see the point in actively trying to rope them in if it's not cost effective for game companies. Ooh, that's the thing though, Taylor. It is cost effective for game companies. As previously stated, the gaming industry is the biggest industry right now when it comes to media. If all you have is a male audience, you're missing out on a lot of money. Because, you know, one of the greatest wonders of the 21st century is that women do have money. We do have money and we like to spend it, okay? So if there's a video game that is exciting for women, then yeah, we're gonna buy it when we're gonna play it. But here's the thing. To make a video game exciting for women, you don't need to make it feminine. You can, but that only might work. Like, make a good game with good characters that's beautiful and interesting. And women will be interested for the same reason that women like movies that are good and beautiful even if they're not stereotypically like feminine. You don't need to make something feminine to make women want to buy into it. You can, and that's also cool and fun, but that's not the only way to like crack the female market. Just make a good product, and advertise it properly. Hello, 5. Thank you for your prime. Thank you very much. I dot B E 7 Thank you. Thank you. Feminine or feminist? Either. I meant feminine. And when I say feminine, I mean like you don't need to make a pink skin for the characters. You don't need to have a closet where you can like dress up your person. You don't need to make I don't know, you don't need to add femininity into the game in like arbitrary ways, because usually that's seen as like annoying and distracting, unless it's baked into the game in a way that feels natural. If a game is becoming feminist, I would assume that means you're adding more diversity when it comes to characters, and you're adding narratives that aren't inherent, or you're intentionally adding narratives that don't play into like sexist ideas, and that's also fine and can be good. Whether a game is feminine or feminist, it can be fine and it can be good, but neither is necessary to attract women. I mean, there's plenty of misogynistic media that women enjoy to consume, and you know why? It's because it's fantasy, okay? I mean, like, The Notebook is not feminist. It is not a feminist plot. Not at all. I don't like The Notebook. It makes me uncomfy, but clearly it's popular with women, and it's not because it's feminist. It is not because it's feminist. Alright, we have 2 name traces for Morpheus Prime. P H E U S P R I dot M E 9 3. Thank you. Morpheus Prime. M O R B H E U S P R I dot M E 9 3. Thank you. Morpheus Prime. I think when it comes to attraction, there's a huge range of attraction. I think that what happens is that people get upset when the woman in the game isn't a blonde white woman with huge honkers, even if she is attractive. Yeah, and I think that is silly. The gaming community is both good and bad. 2 days ago, Sucker Punch announced the new Ghost of Tsushima sequel, and the protagonist is a woman, and a lot of idiots on the internet lost their minds over it. Yeah, annoying. And Charlie Storu, thank you for your prime. Did I already trace your name? I can't even remember. I think I may have, but I'm just gonna do it again. CHA R like the term gamer, as it has been historically developed, has been foundationally misogynistic. Just look at the history of E3 and the demographics that Expo has catered to. The gaming community, or at least certain segments of it, have undergone a lot of growth since then, but for a long time the commonplace characterization of gamer did trend toward a specific type of boy man, and the characterization did in a lot of ways display misogynistic qualities. I am going to push back against this in a way that I hope is properly nuanced. I'm gonna try very hard. Get ready for me to be a tryhard. I'm sorry, I'm gonna scroll to the current part of the chat, so I might be missing what some of y'all are saying. Sir Walt, thank you for gifting a sub. SI.RW shk OL up shk eat shk 2. Thank you. Alright, so when games were invented, video games were first invented, they were mostly marketed towards boys, towards men, and that was the main group of people who were playing them. This is true. And because that was the audience that was there, that was also the audience that was purposefully sought after by companies who were making these video games. And I don't think that has to be because these companies or the people working at these companies were misogynists or didn't care about women or didn't like women or thought less of women. I think it is just the market that they had, so it's the market that they targeted. And as time passed, and video games got more recognition, women were exposed to them and wanted to get more involved. And the more women want to get involved in video games, the more companies are open to targeting women because they are seen as an available demographic. Companies were never not including women, generally speaking, because they, companies aren't sexist. They just want money. And women weren't seen as an available audience. Now that women are seen as an available audience, they want women's money too, so they're going after them. And it's not because they're less sexist, and it's also not because they used to be sexist. They just want money, and they've always just wanted money. And that's not even a bad thing. That's just how the market works. These are companies selling video games, and at first, men were the only ones who were seen as an available market, because women weren't as exposed to new technology at this time. And that's not just a function of game companies being sexist. That's a function of the entire world having gender issues baked into it. But also, gaming companies, tech has always been kind of like a progressive field, a progressive area of thought. And that's why a lot of the people in these industries are, I would say, excited about breaking down those gender barriers and breaking into the female market and making games that are more inclusive. Because even though the very beginnings of the internet and video games and all of this was very, very male focused, it was always techno-futurist, hyper-anarchist, anarchist, communist coders. These were not communities of woman hating and woman exclusion, and the very beginnings of these communities, were usually excited to include women. And broadly speaking, I would say that they still are. During the whole Gamergate fiasco, clearly the gamer community seems to have put itself in a position against feminism, but I feel like that was not a spirit that was always there. That was a spirit that arose out of a very particular 2010s. When was Gamergate? 2015, something like that. That was a very like specific phenomenon that kind of created this weird schism in the internet sphere, where all of a sudden some internet people were feminist and some internet people were sexist. But broadly speaking, I mean, for most of internet history, because the internet is a new technology, most people on the internet have had progressive ideals. That's not to say they always had leftist ideals or liberal ideals, but always of the future progressive ideals has been like the main representative demographic of internet spaces. Blah blah blah. Women didn't have control of their finances for a lot of American history, right? The man was the one who controlled the finances, so the men were the main market, yes. So things were based around a male-centric viewpoint, yes, including male conceptions of women and what women would want. Including male conceptions of women and what women would want. Yeah, that's fair. And yeah, I also think that's true, Galaxy Wanderer. I think there's a big distinction between game developers, community, artist, anarchist kind of profiles, and gamers, consumers. Yeah, I agree. Destructicon says, I want to push back on that. Even before 2010, the spirit of this is our male space, no women allowed was very prevalent. There was a loud group of kids and adults saying girls can't play games. I think Gamergate just brought it out in the open. You know, I don't deny that. I think that that's fair. And I do remember, like, some of that rhetoric. But, I don't know. Yeah, I do remember some of that rhetoric. But I also feel like being a woman who does play video games, if you're shitty at video games, people will shit on you and say women can't play games. But if you're good at video games, as a woman, I mean, people are usually pretty excited and, like, happy to play video games with you. And then if you're mid, people will probably tease you. And yeah, it's shitty to, like, blame someone's video game skill on their gender, and that's definitely, like, a sexism thing to do. But whenever I was a kid growing up, anecdotally, for me, like, you know, I played video games with my girlfriends, and sometimes their older brothers or something, and they would definitely shit on us and be like, oh my god, girls can't play video games. But also, they were excited to play video games with us. And I remember, like, in high school, you know, my crushes, like, showing me video games. I remember, you know, like, going to my crush's house and him, like, showing me Skyrim. And, these are not memories of being a victim of misogyny for me. But maybe my past was just very lucky with video games. And I mean, I know people who are older than me, who, like, met their husbands playing WoW or met their husbands playing RuneScape and got married with them and had kids. So, like, even though I know that these spaces have a history of being lightheartedly misogynistic, I don't feel like the hardcore misogyny. I don't feel, again, this is me speaking anecdotally, I don't feel like the hardcore misogyny and exclusion and, like, rabid, conservative, sexism came about until Gamergate. I always feel like it was kind of disconnected from politics before that, just kind of lightheartedly teasing women for being bad at video games in the same way that, like, men lightheartedly tease women for being bad at sports. But that's not considered a very much of a political issue. I mean, every now and then I guess it turns into that, but generally speaking, I feel like it's not a political issue to talk about women in sports. It's just a gender issue. I don't know. But for some reason with video games, it gets very highly politicized. And Nobunaga, thank you for gifting a sub to Mad Egyptian. And click O B shk U click N shk A click G click A click U W click U shk. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I think some genres of games are zero-sum in terms of who they appeal to. Women will never play RTS. RTS. What is RTS? RTS. I don't know. Something. Games, and if you try to appeal to women with them, you will only alienate the male audience, and the game will sell nothing. The game companies will abandon diversity initiatives as a whole. Oh, real-time strategy. Interesting. Is XCOM RTS? No, it's not real time. It's like frozen time. Turn-based. Gotcha. I feel like that's too big of a generalization. Yeah, okay. As an old-ass man, just looking at like G4 and stuff through the mid-late aughts, you see that there were vibes of gaming is for boys. That could be a bit aggressive at times. I don't know. Again, I'm just gonna go with kind of what I said before, is like, you don't have to try to appeal to women in order to gain a female audience. If your video game is good and fun, women will want to play it because it's good and fun. You can purposefully appeal to women by making your game more feminine, or by making your game more feminist, which might also appeal to more feminist men and leftist men, and that is a fine strategy. But it's not necessary to appeal to a female audience. Also, this is like how I feel about representation within books and whatnot as well. There's some, let's see, having a specific audience for your piece of art is very powerful. Whether that audience is immigrants, or third-generation immigrants, or Nova Scotian Canadians, or men, or a specific religious group, having a specific audience, representing them and their story is very, very powerful, and it can be done in a way that is both entertaining and educational and profound and beautiful and interesting and fun, right? Having a very broad audience is also interesting and profound and obviously accessible to a larger group of people, and it can be beautiful and all of those same things. What feels bad is when a specific creative piece, whether it's a video game or a book or a movie franchise, diverts from that mission. Whenever something is made for men, specifically with men in mind, that's okay. Men deserve to have their stories told and to have stories about them. So whenever franchises that are made for men, about men, by men, whenever the creators of those franchises start wanting to appeal to a larger audience for financial reasons, the men who had been feeling represented by that, they feel abandoned. They feel left behind for profit. And it feels shitty. Whenever there's a franchise or a book or a movie or whatever that is initially made with inclusivity in mind, with a broad audience in mind, it doesn't feel bad whenever that audience gets even broader. My best example for this that I talk about all the time is Percy Jackson and the Olympians. This is a book series written by a middle school history teacher. And representation was always part of the goal and spirit of the books. That said, the first books were not very gender inclusive or very ethnically inclusive or culturally inclusive. Most of the characters were white and straight and cis. All of them were cis. All of them were straight. Most of them were white. But the diversity was in the mental health issues of the characters and the classes of the characters. There were very poor characters. There were runaways, people with varying mental health differences. And the spirit of inclusivity was baked into the series. And as the series progressed and as society progressed and the author, Rick Riordan, became more educated about even more kind of elements of diversity, as more books came out, his books became more gender inclusive. There were non-cis characters, there were LGBTQ characters, there were people from different cultures, much more just like complicated cultural ideas were in the books, and it always felt good. It never felt like he was selling out. It never felt like he was selling out and trying to meet a quota of diversity, because it was clearly always baked into his intention. And as he learned more about the world, he broadened his audience in a way that felt good. That is amazing. That book series is amazing. It becomes more and more inclusive, and it gets more and more amazing. Now when something like Warhammer starts feeling like it's like selling out by trying to become more inclusive, a lot of the fan base feels abandoned by that because it's coming from a different context. The original intention was never for, like, women were never the intended audience, you know? And so it feels like a story that is written about men and for men and about war and about the horrors of war, which is a male trauma, because men have been the people historically who've been most brutalized in wars, whose bodies have been sacrificed for hundreds of years, thrown away. When a story like that and its creators start trying to appeal in what feels like a shallow way to women, the male fan base feels abandoned and is like, what the fuck? And I think that's valid. And so, like, inclusivity by itself is not a problem. In fact, it's like a good thing. And good authors have diversity and inclusivity in their works. That said, if you're creating something for a specific audience, that's okay too. And you do well by your fan base to be loyal to them. Yeah. I think that's how I feel about that. It's impossible to fit all diversity in one title. If you do, it looks disingenuous, but targeting, understanding, and focusing on some is what makes it meaningful rather than cash grabs. Yeah, exactly. Need Hammer, thank you for your Prime. And Lemon Sled, thank you. Thank you for your 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you, Lemon Sled. And thank you, Twitch, for adding an extra one. Thank you. Here you go, Need Hammer. And I click. E-D-sh-k. Each click. Ask. Ishk. R. Thank you. And thank you, It's okay. I feel like this is a no true Scotsman. I don't know. I feel like it's all true Scotsmen. Everyone's a true Scotsman. Last night we were talking about like medical autonomy, and I kind of mentioned how when it comes to a lot of medical procedures, I'm very like free market focused. I want people to be able to sell the services they can and buy the services they can afford when it comes to whatever medical procedures they want, necessary or not, bad or not, evil or not, cosmetic, whatever. I think medical services, bodily autonomy is something that should exist in the free market. When it comes to art, I think that a lot of times market incentives have a very negative effect on the quality of people's art. It's the opposite. I don't think art should be socialized necessarily. I don't even really know what that would mean. But like, whenever artists themselves or media companies just try to get money / clicks / press, the art usually suffers. Whereas art that's made in rebellion, art that's made for personal reasons, art that's made for a specific community, those things are deeply meaningful and deeply profound and beautiful, and often, in my opinion, kind of the best art. And rebellious art made for oneself, and art made for a niche community is inherently going to be art that is less widely marketable. Yeah. It's basically, are you earnest about what you're doing? It'll connect and still feel genuine if you are earnest. I absolutely agree, Hagen. I absolutely agree. Like, there's a big difference between a video game that is purposefully excluding women and a game that's just about men. Something like God of War is like a great example here. Whenever I was playing God of War, I never got a vibe that they were purposefully excluding women. It obviously has almost all male characters except for Freya, right? I think that's the only female character in the first, like, Ragnarok game. Not Ragnarok, the one before Ragnarok. God of War, the first of the new ones. And it was fine, because it was a story, it was a boy to man, coming of age, fatherhood, sad story. And it was great. It was great. Only one woman, and she was shitty. But it was great. It was great. Is the main protagonist from Kill Bill an authentic depiction of a woman or just a male fantasy? Listen here, Broker Scott. Every woman is some man's fantasy. And that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. It seems what you were saying is that LGBT or feminist, etc. kind of idea should be part of the art, not the marketing. Yes. I think that's a great way to say it. I want LGBT creators and artists to be making stuff that's about them and for them. I also want allies you don't need to be like a formally labeled. I want decent people to be making video games about that have like gay and lesbian and bisexual and trans representation because it exists and because it's relevant and because we're always surrounded by people, and a lot of people that we're surrounded by are LGBT. But I don't want, creators to make a game and then be like, oh shit, I need to include a lesbian. You know what I mean? Like, that's always gonna be weird. If there's a game with good gameplay, like God of War, about a woman and she was accurately represented, I think only men would play it. I think men and women would play it, okay? Yeah. I do. Dude, it's incredible that big companies can't make a good LGBT representation. I know. I mean, they try. I mean, books have great LGBT representation. Art's definitely like substantially getting better. I can't really speak to video games that have particularly good LGBT representation. I'm not enough of a gamer to know which ones are doing it right, if any. I personally think Cyberpunk 2077 was pretty good for the LGBTQ community. That's fair. That's fair. Cyberpunk 2077 was pretty good when it comes to representation, I think, but also Cyberpunk 2077, if seen through the wrong light, I could see it being like particularly bad for LGBT representation, in the sense that the game was it was a very horny game, okay? It was a very horny game. And I think that every part of that game was horny, so it's not like it was just the LGBT representation that was, I would say, extremely sexualized. But if seen through the wrong light, I could see it like I'm putting on the glasses of like my like Catholic school teachers and seeing like, oh yes, this game depicts the evils of the future, where everyone is gay and having sex all the time. How Satanist. I could see that being the take. Which is a shame. It's a shame, because the game is so much more than just being horny. Like, oh my god, it's a great game. It's a great game. But there are some, very sexual elements of it, for sure. Hello, Martin. How are you surviving the hurricane? You doing okay? Haven't been blown away yet, or anything. The worst is past us. Very good. Like when people watch 500 Days of Summer and don't realize you aren't supposed to be cheering for the main dude. Yes, yes. Or when people watch Her and don't realize that you're not really supposed to be cheering for the main dude. Not in the same way. How do you feel after this yap, Sleepy? I'm wondering if this video is going to get flagged. If the VOD's gonna get flagged on YouTube. For too many spicy words. That's what's going through my head right now. That's what's going through my head. Now, we didn't talk about things until after 10 minutes. We got good, right? So last night's VOD was flagged, although last night we were talking about spicier topics. Or not spicier, but more violent words. Last night, I will say. We were talking about heavy stuff. So yeah, we'll see. The comments is gonna be a mess. The comments will be fine as long as we title it strategically, okay? We have to just title it like gaming. we as long as the title is not spicy, the comments won't be spicy, okay? Gamer girls and the woke agenda. Oh my god, no. Please no. Please no. Please no. You think it could be flagged? People post crazy far right-wing stuff on YouTube with zero problem. Yeah, that's true. But I still feel fear sometimes. You need to title it Gaming is Inherently Misogynistic. That will ensure that people will be civil. Oh my goodness. They're gonna be cooking you on Twitter. I'm so glad I don't have a Twitter. I'm so glad. I can't even look at it. I can't even look at it. I'll never even know if I'm cancelled. Bless. Good night, Nobu. Have a good night. The yap session was kind of freaky. That's how we like to keep it here. Buzz. Oh my gosh. 25 gifted subs. What on earth? What on earth? And Twitch gave 6 extra. Oh my god. Buzz, thank you so much. Thank you so much for gifting 25 subs. That's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much, Fuzz. truly, I can't tell you how grateful I am. Last night and tonight, I have been talking about such heavy topics, and oftentimes I feel like, oh my god, I need to shut up. People just want to listen to some ASMR and some chill stuff. And I start, feeling kind of silly and dumb. And I can't tell y'all how like legitimately validating it probably shouldn't be. Maybe this is a problem, but I feel so validated when I get subs. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing how validated I feel, okay? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Amon, as well. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. A click shk shk o sk and click 3 sk 0 7 shk. Thank you. And Destructicon, thank you as well. Thank you. Thank you for gifting 5 subs. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. D click E S D click R shk O C D click O shk K O shk and thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for your bits. Quolama. How do I say your name? Let me make sure I say it right. Quolama. 6666. Thank you so much for your bits. I always like the topics and stuff you do, even if I'm exactly just here for the ASMR. Oh, thank God. You are my audience, okay? I love yapping about stuff I have no right to yap about. And I also love turning my brain off and doing like this. I love them both. I love them both. And I'm so glad. I'm so glad that there's people on the other side of this microphone who seem to not mind too much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Keep them glockas coming. You got it, Dolly Joel. You got it, you got it, you got it, you got it. You got it. The just chatting streams are way too loud. I feel you there, Lemon Slut. I feel you there. Ah, I see what you're saying, Taylor. The representation isn't accurate enough. Feels like a no truth Scotsman take. I do agree with that. Good representation is not the same as accurate representation. Accurate representation doesn't exist because every group is too diverse for there to just be one accurate take on it. But bad representation doesn't mean it's not accurate enough. Bad representation usually means that compared to everyone else in the story, this one character seems to literally have just like less effort put into their character, to their script, to their design, to whatever. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they're inaccurate. It usually just means that they're badly written, which I think is like it was a fair take, but that's a little bit different. Rotman. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much. 20 gifted subs is wild. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rotman. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Rotman. R click click O shk D click D shk M click A shk N shk 3D sk. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Rotman. Thank you, 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 thank you. And Annika, congratulations. Welcome to the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's get the go. sleepy, I come to you and humbly request your assistance. How can I assist, Destructicon? Your strongest potions and dessert recipes? Do you mean in D&D or in real life, huh? We talking fantasy potions and recipes? Or real life ones? Ugh, real life. So much more boring. Ginger molasses cookies are my go-to crowd pleaser, okay? Ginger molasses cookies, love making them. My go-to chocolate chip cookie recipe I have saved on my phone. Let's see if I can find it. It's actually my sister's recipe. So I have it saved somewhere in our text messages, basically. I just try to keep it ready. Keep it ready. Keep it ready. That chocolate chip cookie recipe. Chocolate chip, let me see if I can find. It's very basic. Nothing too surprising or crazy in it. Let's see if I can find that chocolate chip cookie recipe underneath all the pet pictures and other dumb stuff. Oh no, I can't find it. Where is the cookie recipe? It must be somewhere in these photos. Photos. That's not it. Where is it? I think I lost it. Maybe I have it somewhere saved in my photos. Let's see where the chocolate chip cookie recipe is. Let's see. It would be after all of this. After all of this. After all of this. Should be after this. After this. Should be around here somewhere. Around here. Oh, pictures of my crazy rash that I had a couple months ago. Wild. Last year I got a stress rash all over my entire body. It was actually last summer, so I guess it was over a year now. My first time having a full body stress rash. It was crazy. Can confirm. I forgot what it was called. Something with an R. I can't remember though. Well, I guess I lost the cookie recipe. I'll find it another day. You named your rash? No. It was the medical word. It was called like raw. I keep wanting to say Rosicrucian and Pistis Sophia, but those are definitely not those. The Rosicrucians are like a heretical group, and the Pistis Sophia is like a Gnostic document. Rastafarian? No, not that. Some word for it. Not rosacea. Can't remember. I could probably find the name for the rash inside my texts as well. Let's see if I can find it. I think I had texted my mom about it. Why can't I search my texts, huh? Why can I not do that? Oh, here, pityriasis rosea. Not rosacea, R-E-R-O-S-E-A, but pityriasis. Pityriasis-rosea. Pityriasis rosea, or rosea. I don't know how you say it. But that was my rash. I actually first noticed it on the side of my ribs over here, and then it spread all across my back and around the other side, and it was on my chest, and it was also on my eye, going from my eye over the side of my face. It was pretty whack. It was very itchy. It was only itchy on my eye. Actually, I didn't feel it on the rest of my body, but the one on my face itched pretty bad. What helped cure it? Quitting my job. Funny enough. Did you take an oatmeal bath? No, I did not take an oatmeal bath. Work is toxic. So true. So true. Oatmeal bath sounds like a sensory nightmare. So I remember whenever I was probably 14 or 15, I had watched a Michelle Phan video on doing an oatmeal face mask, and so I took the oatmeal from downstairs at my house, and I went into the upstairs sink bathroom, and I did an oatmeal face mask in the sink of my home, and it was so messy, and it felt amazing, but it was so messy, and my papa was like, never waste the oatmeal like that again. And I was like, okay, Dad, that's fair. He was like, that's breakfast. You don't put it on your face. Click, 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 click. Shaka, shaka, shaka. Shaka, 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 shaka. Shaka. You know what's a less messy way to do that? Make a bowl of oatmeal, put face down into bowl of oatmeal. I agree. How are Rosicrucians radicals in your POV? They seem all about love and unity now. Kind of like Sufism and Islam. Sorry for re-asking a maybe controversial question, but you piqued my interest. That's fair, Galaxy. I don't know very much about Rosicrucians. All I know is that they're considered heretical. And I've always assumed that they were a Christian offshoot, right? So usually Christian, if they're Christian, then, or if they're calling themselves Christian and they're not Catholic, then they would be considered heretical. But I don't think I called them radical though. And I wouldn't call them radical. Most heretics aren't radical. I'm like kind of pro some historical heretics. I like Cathars, and Albigensians and Manichaeans. I don't agree with them spiritually, but like I think they were kind of cool and based for their time. So whenever I say radical, I literally just mean an offshoot, kind of decentralized Catholic or non-Catholic group. So yeah, I don't think they're radical. I don't think they're bad. Yeah. And I also don't really know the ins and outs of their belief system. Sleepy with her apocrypha in her closet. It's true. It's not even in my closet. It's next to my Bible. So, yeah. I like to keep a good mixy of ideas. They're radical, but are they radical? I've talked about this before, Agan, but I'm actually, like, so I understand that I live in a society and I have to kind of agree to the rules of language of the society that I'm in order to have productive conversations. And so when someone tells me so and so group is a radical group, I understand what they're trying to say, and if I trust them, then I believe them usually that, X, Y, or Z group is dangerous and bad. But in a purely like semantic, idealistic sense, I don't like calling radical versions of religions. Wait, let me say that. I think extremist and radical are bad, incorrect words to call people who twist a religion or a spirituality into making it violent. In my opinion, the most radical Christians are the ones who are living in monasteries. In my opinion, the most radical Islamic people are probably extremely peaceful and devout and focused on prayer and love. The same would go for radical Buddhist people or Hindu people. I think usually when you radically accept and live out the tenets of religion, you don't focus your energy on violence or people outside of your spiritual community. Whenever your attention is focused on violence and people who are outside of your spiritual community, you're not doing religion radically. You're twisting something. You're using the framework of a religion to do bad stuff in a way that is like just not rooted in the actual faith. It's like the opposite of radical. It's like because the radical the etymology of radical means like rooted in, to be rooted in something, and it's very ungrounded, might I say, to do murder. Not focused, not mindful, not demure, okay? Maybe you mean radical in a literal sense. Yes, exactly, Galaxy. it makes me sad that whenever someone says, I practice this faith as fully and as deeply as I can, that someone else might hear that statement and assume that they're like a dangerous individual. Whenever someone says, I am really into spirituality, what that should mean is like, I really love praying / meditating / spending time with God. And a lot of times that is what it means. But unfortunately, we do live in a world where there's enough, like heavily broadcasted religious violence, or violence that is called religious violence, even though it's really just people of a religion being violent. And people covering that story are like, oh, it must be because of the religion, rather than it being, because of other stuff. There's most people in America who commit acts of violence are coming from Christian families, but it's never branded as Christian violence unless they're doing a particularly Christian crime or something. But like just most normal violence, shoplifting, vandalism, murder, whatever, like we're just killing each other because we have motives and because we have whatever. And most people come from like historically Christian families in America. But these kind of normal acts of violence are not considered, Christian crime. But when people from other countries commit violent crime, a lot of times the way that is covered is like, oh, these people were X, Y, or Z religion and they were doing a murder. We know what that means. And that's frustrating. Sometimes, yes, like particularly religious crimes, particularly religious violence does happen. But the biggest incentive for crime is poverty, not religion. And that's important. I think the same thing happened with the words. I need to clear my throat. Just a sec. Okay, let's see. I think the same thing happened with the word zealot, right? Unless I don't know some zealot word etymology, Lord. Yeah. Well, so from what I understand, the zealots were always violent. I might be wrong about this, but I think zealot started as like a proper noun to describe a specific rebellious group under the Roman Empire, Hebrews who were like, I might be wrong, I really should fact check myself on this, but like Simon the Zealot in the Bible, the group that he belonged to, the Zealots, they were a group that definitionally like kind of did anti-Roman, they were anti-Roman rebels. I thought zealot was the offshoot of zeal, to show enthusiasm. I think so too. But the group of zealots was like a proper noun group of anti-Roman rebels. So I don't really know the relationship between the words, but there definitely was, at least at one point, a group that was nominally called zealots as a proper noun that was like an anti-Roman violent group. So the group zealot probably adopted it from zeal. I would think so, except also I think this happened in the Hebrew language, so I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Okay, Gisley says definition. The Zealots were a group of Jews who began to emerge as a religious political movement around the beginning of the 1st century. They strongly opposed Roman rule and turned on everyone, including other Jews who cooperated with Rome. Right. Yes. Jesus was definitely seen as a radical person by people of the time. Yeah, absolutely. I might be wrong, but I feel his message was that of sacrifice and forgiveness, and today people use him as a way to judge others. He basically ended on the cross, but they want to end on a throne or pedestal kind of position. Oh, that's such a beautiful way to say it, Galaxy. Jesus ended on a cross, but people want to end on a throne or pedestal kind of position. Yeah. Yeah. One of my favorite quotes is, and I think it's kind of similar to the spirit of what you're saying, but it's from, oh gosh, I can't think of her name. Saint Mary of the Cross. Saint Mary of the Cross, I think. But she was a Middle Eastern nun, and she has a quote that's something like, there are people lying in wait to nail Jesus to the cross and to tie him to the cross, and crucify him like right now. And from the context of what she was saying, she meant it in a metaphorical way of like, people are waiting to kill the message of Jesus and like put his bleeding body up as a way to spread a false message. Like, people are waiting to use Jesus's dead body to spread a false, violent message, and we need to like protect the metaphorical Jesus from those that are out to crucify him from within the church. People who want to put up his body in order to be shitty, you know? Not about that. It is break time. It is break time. Radical did used to be a word for cool in the 90s. Let's bring it back. Alright, my friends, I will be back in 5-ish. 5-ish minutes. 5-ish minutes. So, be back soon. hello. Hello, hello, hello. Shika, 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 shika. Did you find the sacred texts? I am surrounded by sacred texts. I have been so blessed. Chat is my sacred text, okay? God bless chat. How you doing, Sleepy? I am doing great. I hope that your power outages aren't, totally harshing your vibe. Hello, Andalusia. Hello, and Destructicon. Thank you. Thank you for gifting a sub to 30 the lurker. Thank you. At Shuka. Oh, Shuka. D-I dot E-T Shuka. H-E Shuka. L-U Shuka. R-K. E Shuka. R. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, LDCDR Wolf. Good morning. I'm flattered, Ferome. Thank you. The members only video coming out on Sunday will have more. So there it is. There it will be for you. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. I can't decide if it's hot today outside. It's like hot in the sun. You know what I mean? It's like hot in the sun, and then it's like not at all hot outside of the sun. And it just keeps switching. Right now I feel kind of warm. But it might just be because I have all my lights on. It's hard to tell. Hard to tell. Theater or band background? Both. 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 Hot at the sun but cold wind. Yeah. It's kind of overcast today, so like in the morning it was definitely cold because it was like cloudy and rainy and it felt very Oregon. But then the sun kind of started peeking out and it got hot. But then in the shade it still feels like wet cold. Wet cold in the shade. Would you more associate with being a theater kid or a band kid? Probably a band kid, because I mostly did theater once I got out of high school, because my high school didn't have a theater group. But I did theater during the summers whenever I was young. And then once I got to college, I really focused on theater. So most of my kid years were more band-oriented than theater. But, I mean, I loved theater more than band, so you could argue the other way as well. I guess I could say most people saw me as a band kid, not a theater kid, because there was more band for me to do than theater when I was a kid. Handyman Cam, thank you for your sub. Thank you, thank you, thank you. H, click. A, N, click. D, Y, sh, M, A, sh, N, sk, underscore, K, click, click, A, sh, M. Thank you. ASMR is an extension of performance art then? Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Definitely, definitely, definitely. That's interesting, Galaxy Wanderer. In English, performance arts is definitely like a normal term. Performance art is like the biggest umbrella for like theater. It's the umbrella term for like theater, dance, live music, circus work, puppetry, live singing, live comedy, improv, stand-up, clown work, mimes, all of that is performance art. Performance art, magic, performance art, yeah. Streaming, yes. Yes, streaming, performance art. So even though, you know, things like theater and clown work and circus work are all under the umbrella of performance art, a lot of times if you call specifically what someone is doing performance art, you're kind of saying that it doesn't fit cleanly into one of the subcategories. So a lot of people who are performance artists rather than actors or musicians or clowns, if you're calling someone a performance artist, it's probably because they're doing something really weird. It's probably because they're, I don't know, asking strangers to like paint their body in the middle of a city and then speaking profound quotes to them and filming it or something. Like, oh, okay, what they're doing is a little bit weird. They're a performance artist, aren't they? They're a performance artist. Or anytime that content creators on YouTube are doing something a little weird, it's not really commentary and it's not really education, and it seems to be a little bit satirical, but it's too intense to be comedy. We might call them a performance artist rather than just a comedian or an educator. Usually if you call someone a performance artist, they're doing something a little bit on the edge of the genre, because it doesn't fit cleanly into, one of the subcategories. But still, something like being a musician would be considered a type of, or a subcategory of the performing arts, or the performance arts. There's a lot of schools, colleges that instead of having a major in theater, will have a major in performance or performance art, and that's just to kind of make sure that people know whenever you get into this degree program, you're not just going to be doing theater. You're going to be learning physical theater, aspects of dance. You might be doing kind of historical analysis of like important theatrical moments of history. You're going to be studying much more than just theater. So they'll call the degree program performing arts or performance arts. The music college I'm going to has a performance arts degree. Yeah, nice. Difficult to think of streaming as performance art, though there's certainly an element to be made for it. Yes, there is. There is. Look, every time XQC leaves and there's just an empty chair watching a video, that feels like performance art to me, okay? I know he's not intending to do it, so I know it's like not really like intended to be performance art, but when I see an empty chair making reaction videos, I'm just like, holy actual shit. This is incredible. This is so profound. Oh my god. This is performance art. Beolu, thank you for your sub. Thank you so much. B. B, shk, E, A, click, W, shk, O, shk, O. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Have you seen the new product Mr. Beast launched? No, I haven't. That's hilarious, Destructicon. I bet if XQC was the main character in Space Marine 2, he would be Chiron. Chiron. I think they say Chiron, don't they? But it looks like Chiron. Dude, I want to make like the most beautiful like bowl of guacamole where Our Lady of Guadalupe is like made out of like tortilla chips and tomatoes and maybe like some of those little baby corns, like in the like as an image on the guacamole. Has anyone done that? I feel like someone needs to do that. Someone needs to make Our Lady of Guadalupe guacamole. I would eat that up. Heretical are an expression of the ephemerality of our existence. Not at all heretical, I don't think. Exactly, Agan. Our Lady of Guacalupe. Yes. Yes. I've seen some people doing a Lady Guadalupe with a tortilla. That's, yes. Yes. Oh my gosh, Tony Moralist. Yes. This is what we need. Tony Moralist just added me in the Discord, in the relevant links channel. Let me see if I can show y'all. It looks like it's in the fruit section at like a market or something, but it's like a Lady of Guadalupe made from all kinds of stuff. There's bananas and avocados, and I think those are tomatoes in the middle, and some kind of little yellow thing around, maybe limes and lemons, pineapples at the bottom, I think. But this is what we need, but it like in a bowl, in like a bowl of guacamole. Is that the child at her feet? Yes. I guess so. It sure looks like it. What's the pink shirt? I'm not sure. I am not sure. Why does the child look unholy? Okay, let me show you. I think the child is, wait, why can't y'all see it? Oh, I know why y'all can't see it. My bad, my bad. There we go. So I think the child, this is their dress right here. I think this is the child's dress, and it's like flaring out underneath. I would assume. These kind of look like wings a little bit. Yeah, I see that. I think these are just supposed to be rays, though, coming out from underneath here. And this is supposed to be a dress. I see a child with male pattern baldness. Well, you know what? maybe try to stop projecting, okay? Stop projecting. Click, click. They usually have her stepping on a snake, don't they? Our Lady of Guadalupe, I don't think, is usually stepping on a snake. But she's also not usually over a child. She's usually just has the sun and the stars behind her. She's often called Our Lady of Sun and Stars. At least in my memory, she's just kind of surrounded by rays. But there are popular images of Mary stepping on the snake. But that's not usually, I don't think that's usually in Our Lady of Guadalupe. Let's see, I can show y'all a normal Lady of Guadalupe. I didn't know this was a named painting. It's a named type of painting. Oh my gosh, wait, she is usually over a baby, and I've somehow never noticed it. And the baby usually does have wings. How have I never noticed this before? So this is a normal Lady of Guadalupe. Y'all can't see clearly though. Do 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 do. This is a normal Lady of Guadalupe. This is just like a classic Mary image. If you Google, like, it's not, I don't think it's I'm sure someone made the painting first like this, but when you say Our Lady of Guadalupe, you're not really referencing like a specific artist's painting. You're referencing like this type of image. As y'all can see, this type of image is like there's many like names for Mary, and most of the names for Mary come with like a kind of specific artwork of her. So if you look up like Our Lady of Fatima or Our Lady of Our Lady of Lourdes, or Our Lady of, what's another Our Lady? If you look up the Madonna's another like Our Lady of thing. These different names for Mary kind of all come with a specific image of her. Like, so that was Our Lady of Guadalupe. I'll show y'all again. This is Our Lady of Guadalupe, right? Now let's look at Our Lady of Fatima. And it's always this specific type of image. As you can see, she's in white. She's in white, so it's different. It's distinct. Whenever you see a picture of Mary like this, you know it's not Our Lady of Guadalupe. It's Our Lady of Fatima. And then there's Our Lady of Lourdes. And Our Lady of Lourdes, one of the biggest signifiers of Our Lady of Lourdes is like the space behind her. This like cave structure behind her. Oftentimes it's like, okay, we're looking at Our Lady of Lourdes, and also the crown of the 9 stars around her head. I'm sure if you counted these, there would be like 9. Our Lady of Lourdes. Our Lady of Perpetual Hope. Perpetual Help. Yep, this is another super classic one, where she has the baby. You know, the baby, some baby. That's Our Lady of Perpetual Hope with some baby. And that's how you know that it's Our Lady of Perpetual Hope, because she has, like, you know, some baby with her. In this specific way. Oh, whoops. Can't do that. Don't want to do that. Our Lady of Sorrows. Let's see. Ooh, yeah, Our Lady of Sorrows is super good. Our Lady of Sorrows is kind of like the Immaculate Heart of Jesus, but the Mary version. Our Lady of Sorrows always has the swords in the heart. The swords in the heart. Swords in the heart. Swords in the heart. Swords in the heart. Oh wait, y'all can't see. My bad. Swords in the heart. And then there's Medjugorje. Medjugorje isn't super distinctive, I'm gonna be real. Not super distinctive. There's still definitely a vibe, but if I saw like a statue like this, I wouldn't necessarily know I was looking at an Our Lady of Medjugorje. I would just know that it was Mary. TBH. I guess it's the color scheming, the pink and the blue. I love Our Lady of Prompt Succor. Our Lady of Prompt Succor is the patron of New Orleans / Louisiana, and she's always in gold. Our Lady of Prompt Succor. Our Lady of Prompt Succor. Which, definitionally is very much like perpetual help. Prompt succor means fast help, which perpetual help, I mean, to be real, I feel like perpetual help is a little bit more powerful than fast help. but we still love Our Lady of Prompt Succor. We still do love Our Lady of Prompt Succor. I feel like some Christian group probably made some trading Catholic collectible card game based on the different Our Lady of versions. Maybe. I wonder if Our Lady Star of the Sea has a specific image, because I'm not sure. Oh, I love Our Lady Star of the Sea. She's good. It's a good one. Very nice, very nice. So nice. The lighthouse. Our lighthouse queen. Lighthouse queen. Lighthouse queen. I feel like some Christian group. Right, actually, Destructicon, there was, I wish I could remember the name. But way back in yonder Middle Ages, oh gosh, I wish I could remember the name of anything that I'm about to say. But I know that there's a artifact. It's someone's Liturgy of the Hours. I think some brother's Liturgy of the Hours. And as like notes in his Liturgy of the Hours, he just has lists of all of his favorite names of Mary. And it's one of the first like collections of names of Mary that we kind of have. Everyone's throwing out names for the Virgin Mother throughout all of history, kind of invoking her in different ways, but this is one of the first like succinct lists of all the names of Mary, and it's just some dude who was like a big fan, so he wrote all of the ones that he could remember, which is pretty good and very, interesting historically. A very interesting historical document. thoughts on Marianism? I don't know exactly what you mean by Marianism. I'm gonna be real. I'm all about like devotion for Mary. I really like devotion towards Mary. If you mean like general like pro-Mary culture, I love that. But by Marianism, I'm not sure if you mean like worship of Mary, which I would not be for. First among equals in terms of saints, yes, I do like that. I do like that. In Brazil, every city has a patron saint, and that's a lot of Marys. Yes, I don't doubt that. There's a way down on the coast. Oh god. Way down the coast of Louisiana, there's a statue of Mary that's like set up on a big pillar, and I'm blanking on the name for her right now. But whenever I was young, that area was a beach. It was a beach with this statue of Mary on it. And now it's mostly been reclaimed by the Gulf. So there's just this statue of Mary coming up out of the Gulf of Mexico, very close to the coast, and it's pretty cool. I wish I could remember her name. Maybe I can Google it, but I don't know if anyone's ever written about it. Our Lady statue, coast of Louisiana. It's just Our Lady of the Sea. Yeah, that tracks. Yes, and this is what I'm talking about. So this used to be what it looks like. When was this article written? (2018). This article was written in 2018. I would imagine that these photos are from 2018. Here, this one really shows the situation best, I would say. She's kind of up on this like wooden thing. There's a little sign underneath that says Chauvin, or what does it say? Let's see. In celebration of God's gift of our members and our coastal resources, 2002. Whiskey Pass, Silver King Association. Whiskey Pass, that's what it's called. There we go. That's the area that it is. Our Lady of the Sea, Chauvin, current photo. Yeah, I can't find any current photos from the internet. That's disappointing, but I know people who live around there, and they've sent me photos of the statue more recently during storm surges, exactly Destructicon. Chauvin, Coquetry, those areas are, I mean, the houses are all on stilts, and during the storms, the houses look like they're on the ground. Is it near Grand Isle? It is to the east of Grand Isle, I believe, but it is way down the coast. Yes, I think it would be to the east of Grand Isle. Let me see. Oh, maybe it would be to the west of Grand Isle, actually. My bad. It's in Chauvin, Coquetry. Yeah, so I think it would be to the west. Just a little bit to the west. But all the houses are on stilts there. And yeah, whenever the waters rise, I mean, the houses are just like on the water, you know? So Mary is just sticking out of the water. It's pretty crazy. I spent like half my childhood in Grand Isle. We had a stilt camp. Yeah, I didn't go to Grand Isle too often, but I went to Chauvin and Coquetry a lot. We didn't have a camp there, but we had a place to stay. And yeah, definitely a lot of Coquetry Chauvin memories. Yes, even the Virgin Mary on stilts. Kind of crazy. Is it possible that Mary saw herself as ordinary and that worshipping her is a way to crucify her by separating her from us and making her so supernatural that she's a saint and we're just sinners? So we don't worship Mary. We honor her and we revere her. But worship is reserved for God, the Trinity, within the Catholic framework. But Mary is seen as the Queen of the Saints, and she is also seen as one of the two humans, Jesus and Mary, who never ever sinned. She was born without sin, and she never sinned, which is like pretty wild. And so she is an example of perfection. But she is also thoroughly human. There's no part of her that is divine in the same way that Jesus is seen as divine. So she is the most attainable form of perfection for humans, which is like kind of her place, I would say, in the framework. And I don't see that as alienating. I think that that's pretty like fun and not alienating. This is the most Catholic discussion I've had in a while. Not a lot of call for it in economics. I feel like it does come up pretty often here. I don't necessarily intend for it to, but I kind of feel like since I stream so much and everything that I stream is very kind of conversational and flow of consciousness, I feel like my streams are actually fairly representative of like the ratio of how much topics appear in my own head, which is crazy. Like there's a lot of times where I'm thinking about something earlier in the day and then I start streaming and I'm not intending to talk about it, but it feels as if it organically comes up. But I know on some subconscious level I must have somehow pushed that into happening because it happens so often. But yeah, because of that, yeah, I feel like Catholicism does come up fairly often, along with other topics, along with many other topics, books and video games and history and apples and cantaloupe and the orchard that I want to have one day and going on walks and going to the gym and all of those things. It's very reflective of my own brain, for better or for worse. Did you buy those ears for stream, or have you always had them? I've always had them. Always. Always. Forever. Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack, click. Sleepy, what's been on your mind lately? I have a new mission for myself. I want to try and be more brave with, being open to small talk from strangers. I think I oftentimes have a very closed off vibe, semi-intentionally, and I kind of want to have a more open vibe. I used to have a much more open vibe, and I know that because people used to just come up to me and talk to me, and sometimes that happens now. When my guard is down, that actually happens much more. But a lot of times when I'm around people, I purposefully am like, I can't let anyone think that I am accessible to social interaction, so I must cognizantly put my walls up. And I want to start letting go of that. Today I had a very pleasant and short conversation with someone while I was picking up a package, because her dog got kind of close to me, and she was like, "Don't worry, the dog is sweet." And I was like, "Oh, hi, it's okay, can I pet it?" And she was like, "Yeah." And then I pet the dog, and then she told me the dog's name, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, hello, what a cute name, dog pet." And then we said goodbye, and I was like, "Yes, good job. Good job. Good job." But I want to do that more. What was the dog's name? I'm not gonna dox a stranger's dog, Destructicon, okay? I can't believe you would ask me to do such a thing. I'm not gonna literally dox a stranger's dog. it is enough to say they were a very good puppy. I think they were actually kind of an older dog. They had like an old vibe. Shaka shaka, shaka shaka, shaka shaka, shaka shaka. In other words, you're the shut-in guy that plays mundane games instead of interacting with people IRL. I don't play the mundane games, okay? I play Hearthstone Battlegrounds. I do not spend my time fantasizing about viewing other people as human beings. I view most people as human beings naturally, quite naturally, when I go outside. I just avoid them. Not out of inconsideration for them, but like honestly fear. I don't have social anxiety. I have very specific, logical fears that I used to not have, which is different from having social anxiety, okay? It's different. And I'm trying to just get past that. Pros and cons of resting bitch face. Pros, no one approaches me. Cons, no one approaches me. Yeah, I do not have resting bitch face. I have resting sad face and resting helpful face. And so, unless I'm actively putting my guards up, people do come up and talk to me often. When people don't come up and talk to me, it's usually not because I have resting bitch face, but because I am very clearly, purposefully ignoring them. And people understand that as a signal of like, oh, I'm not going to go talk to that person. They clearly don't want to be talked to. Yeah. Have to enable active bitch face. Yeah, I have to enable active bitch face, which I'm actually really bad at. Like, it used to be a major problem whenever I was in theater. I really struggled. I can play, like, mean characters and bad characters, but just, like, bitchy characters, naggy, like, judgy, bitchy characters, I'm really bad at playing them. I'm so bad at selling, like, you're just not good enough to sit at this table, like, energy. I'm really, really bad at that energy. And, my directors, and my teachers, like, fussed at me quite a bit for not being able to just be a better bitch. Resting helpful face. Shopping must be difficult for you. Yeah, I get the most interaction all the time whenever I'm like shopping. People ask me for help. Almost every time I go shopping, I feel like I end up having an interaction with someone. thoughts on the future of nuclear fusion as the gold standard for renewable energy. I'm pro-nuclear fusion. I am pro-nuclear energy. I know that there's lots of complications with it, and I think we need to, make sure that it's safe and stuff, but pretty much every energy farming situation has had a lot of risks involved with it, and we've always figured it out. So I think we just need to figure it out. We gotta make it safe, and then we gotta do it. Nothing to do but do it. Exactly. I have resting helpful face, and I am just about average height for a male, which means I'm taller than the average woman, and as such can help to get things that are too high to reach at the grocery store. Yes. Classic. 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 Yeah, the last time I went to the grocery store, I actually thought that I had gotten through the entire grocery store without anyone asking me for help. And I was checking out my stuff, and the lady behind me in line, as I was walking out of the store, she was like, "Hey, excuse me, where did you find that thing in your basket?" Because I was it was almond milk. She was like, "Where did you find the almond milk? Because I saw it in the refrigerator section, but I wanted the one that you have that's not refrigerated. Where did you find that?" And I was like, "Oh, it's in the baking aisle." She was like, "Cool." And it was a fine interaction. I did not mind having it, but it was funny. It was like, dang. People do be asking me for help all the time. But I like giving help. I'm a big acts of service person. Acts of service isn't my love language. It's just my comfy language. I just want to do acts of service for people I hate too. I just love serving anyone, pretty much. Makes me feel like I'm doing something, and I like doing it. Destructicon, if you're worrying about the shelf life of peanut butter, you're not living your life correctly, okay? You need to be slathering that stuff on everything much more often. If I saw you in a video game, I'd assume you'd help me. Thank you, Taylor. I'll take that as a compliment. Who do you think you are? Running round leaving scars, collecting your jar of hearts, tearing love apart. You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul. So don't come back for me. Who do you think you are? sleeps. You've been really digging the ears recently, huh? I have. Who do you think you are? Running round leaving scars, collecting your jar of hearts, tearing love apart. You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul. So don't come back for me. Don't come back at all. I hear you're asking all around if I'm anywhere to be found. I don't remember how the next part goes. I'm too strong. After much discussion with my constituents, we've decided not to eat the peanut butter. Probably good. Destructicon, probably good. She went to rhymezone.com and put in the word jar. I actually think that the rhymezone page for jar was like completely empty, but after Christina Perry came out with Jar of Hearts, rhymezone was like, oh, and then they like populated that page with the proper data. I think she helped them. P, click, O, sk, double L, sk, O, sk, up, click, L, A, sk, C, O, click, double one, sk, one, sk, one, sk. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Claric, thank you for your prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. C L A sk I dot I E sk I dot C. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, da dun dun. Simple sounding 3/4 European melodies with a very minimalistic percussion in the background sound like Full Metal Alchemist. It gives me Full Metal Alchemist vibes. I was singing that, and I didn't know it. I was making it up as I went along, and I was like, I feel like I'm watching some Full Metal Alchemist flashback right now. What part of Full Metal? Someone speaking slowly about something dramatic. Don't you feel it? Doesn't it feel like Full Metal Alchemist? Character pouring their heart out in the rain, flashback of mom talking about alchemy or Ishval. Yes, yes, all of it, yes. Thank you for your bits, Ice Track. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Suspense. And then the flashback ends. You know what we need to do? We just need to hook up every gym in the United States to batteries. Hear me out, okay? Someone who has a science brain, help me. But we need to be using farming people's energy at the gym, okay? Gym bros be lifting way too much. Gym girls be running way too hard. I see people sprinting their butts off in the gym for like 30 minutes straight, and you know what? That energy just going nowhere. What a waste. What a waste. We need to start farming gym bros. And by gym bros, I don't just mean the men. I mean everyone who goes to the gym for their energy. All right? They sign up for it. And they only go there when they want to. Gym maybe gets a little bit of a profit for it. Yeah. Farming gym goers as power sources? Yes. Yes, exactly. I feel like, as Kisley said, we could at least be powering the gym itself. Keep the lights on at the gym by keeping that blood pumping. What good motivation. Lights start flickering at the gym and everyone starts sprinting harder. Generator treadmills, yes, yes, yes. Zero emissions, zero energy wasted, or zero energy, whatever, I don't know what the right terminology is. Net zero gym, okay? Maybe even surplus energy gym. The gym in the middle of the strip can power the whole strip. Imagine setting a PR in kilowatts generated. Yes, yes, that's what I'm saying. Our brains are on it, Marsh. Our brains are on it. And certain gym goers can get little awards, or their names can be up somewhere if they generate the most kilowatts in like a month or something, a leaderboard situation. Come on. Dude, you're so jacked. How many cities do you power? Yes. 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 Sounds good until you're the guy who has to get the lights on in the morning. Well, every day I'm sure that they would have some like excess energy left over from like the people working out overnight, you know what I mean? Or not overnight, but like the night before. So you just make sure that there's batteries that can save the energy. I imagine some kind of buff, steroid-infused Matrix future coming out of this idea. No. What could possibly go wrong? I don't see any negative version of a future that could possibly come out of this idea, actually, okay? Never, ever, ever, ever would that ever be possible. I feel like the rowing machine would be the perfect power generator. Yes, I agree. I absolutely agree. The gym pays us for every kilowatt produced and the utility pays the gyms. I feel like the gym should pay you for every excess kilowatt produced, if that makes sense. So it would, like, I think you should still have to pay for a membership to the gym, so that the gym can stay up and running. But then, assuming that cost is like fair and made, and that cost is like for the maintenance of the gym, right? But then every excess kilowatt you produce that they could sell to the utility companies, you would get a share of that back. This could be a gym brand called Zeus. Yes, because you're generating power. Yes, I love that, Galaxy Wanderer. Yes. Imagine generating enough power enough energy to power the electricity of a small city. I'd be like a Superman. Yes. Look, those sprinters do not get enough credit at the gym, okay? Like, I know that the dudes in the back, like, squatting hundreds of dozens of zillions of pounds are feeling very good about how loud it sounds whenever they drop their big heavy barbells, alright? Meanwhile, there's someone who's been on a treadmill for like an hour straight, and they are the most, like, covert, it's like the most covert feat of physical magnificence that they're doing, because it's quiet, very demure, very mindful, but they need to get their names up in lights for all the kilowatts they produce, alright? Unfortunately, selling back to the power company is kind of complicated, but don't let that stop us. I won't, Destructicon. I believe you, and I won't let it stop us. They could have a little light bar in the front that goes up with more light depending on how much power is being produced by the sprinters for marketing. Yes! Yes! If there's anyone who's smart in this chat, like anyone who's actually smart and who, like, wants to own a gym, like, please, I beg you, make this happen. I know all of us are just like little idiots, like, just, you know, but please, if there's anyone here who is an entrepreneur, please make it happen. I beg you. my goodness, welcome, welcome, OMG Sleepy. This is the first time I'm seeing you stream. I absolutely love. You're able to help me sleep. Aw, thank you. Welcome in, welcome in. Free lifetime members for all in the chat currently. Yeah, please. I'm patenting this shit. You got it, young Jeep, okay? You got it. If you're in the industry, if you can make it happen, go for it. I give you permission. Oh no. Oh no, Demon Carnage. An average person can generate 1 kilowatt of power in 9 to 10 hours of cycling. Okay, so this is why we need, like, some complicated mechanics going on, that my brain's not big enough to comprehend, but I know that there's ways to make a little bit of power turn into more power with, like, gears or something. Like, use a little, mechanics. Mechanics. Confetti. There's gotta be a way. Not that kind of power? Oh, gosh darn. A gym with piezo electric? Piezo electric energy tiles? I'm gonna need someone to explain what that is. CEO? That sounds cool as hell, but I have no idea what it is. Infinite power glitch? It sounds like a great solution. Cardio is too difficult. I prefer sweating profusely in the testosterone and hip thrust corner. I feel you there. I feel you there. Ian, thank you for your prime. Thank you so much. And I don't know how many underscores that is, so I'm just going to do a big underscore. Thank you so much, Ian, for your prime. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hate to be this guy, but napkin math has bad news for the feasibility of this. Running only burns about 1 kilowatt and the average commercial building is close to 1,000 kilowatts, and all that's before any losses are factored in. So unless you're closing in the summer, things are looking grim. I haven't lost hope. We just need to figure out some of the logistics. Figure out our market base. Exactly, Dark Firewind. We just have to market the hell out of it. 1,001 customers. It's 2024, exactly. We'll figure something out. You know it, Gisley. Now what if we have people carry jugs of water up a staircase and pour the water on a water wheel, and the water wheel spins and makes power? Okay. What if we just turn gyms into energy efficient villages? Where we are all generating the power that we need to keep the village running by doing exercise. I apologize for that loud car. They don't respect fitness, clearly. Peace out, young Jeep. Glad to have you. Good marketing and greenwashing potential. Exactly, Foucault. I'm gonna call you Foucault. I don't know, I haven't really called you anything yet, but I have been responding to your stuff. I'm just gonna call you Foucault. Just pretend you are the philosopher. The great Foucault. I believe in general Piezoelectric tiles harnesses energy from mechanical vibration. That's a genius idea, CEO. That's a genius. Okay, yes, we should absolutely get pie involved. Piezoelectric tiles. I think that they're little tiles that look like pie, and when you step on them, you make electricity. Yes, yes, yes. Alright, I'm back out. This is starting to sound like Fire Festival, the gym experience. That's fair, Dark Firewind. That's fair. If you only open with good weather and during daylight hours, it probably works. Most of the power cost is in AC and lighting. Mitigate these and it becomes a lot more realistic. Yeah, I think this should be a pretty bare bones gym, okay? We don't need TVs in there. We just need AC and lighting. And some frickin' treadmills and rowing machines, alright? Yes. I feel like these piezoelectric tiles, if we could figure out, I think the hardest kind of, so the piezoelectric tiles, I guess if people were doing farmer carries, would that generate more energy then? If they were like walking with heavy things back and forth, strengthening those carry muscles, that could generate extra energy. I'm trying to think of how we could harness the energy from heavy lifting rather than just cardio. Obviously cardio is going to generate, I think, more energy, but there's got to be a way to create like dumbbells or squat racks, or again tiles underneath the weightlifting areas that can somehow harness the force applied by lifters to like generators or something. Since thoughts are basically what all humans have in abundance and it produces an electrical signal, maybe there's a way to transfer that energy with some device. I think it would be too little energy. Seemingly, yes, the higher the pressure, the more energy generated. Yes, yes, yes. Make it the opposite of Planet Fitness. Yes, encourage the gym bros to drop weights theatrically onto... Is it pronounced piezo or piezo? One is piezo, two is piezo. Piezo, piezo. How do I say it? Piezo, piezo. One, piezo, two, piezo. I need to know how to say this so that I am not just constantly embarrassing myself. One, piezo, two, piezo. Piezo? Are you kidding me? Okay? Welcome to the chat, by the way. You might be joking. You might be trolling. One for science, piezo, and two for... Okay, piezo, piezoelectric, piezoelectric, piezoelectric. I think it's piezoelectric. Hello, little sharky. Little sharky. All of y'all are saying different things. No one knows how to pronounce it. All of y'all are fake scientists. None of you even know. Piezo? Piezo? I could believe that as well. Piezo? Piezo? Wait, that is what I was saying, isn't it? Piezo and piezo? Piezo. Piezo? According to Google? Pizzo? I do think good old dynamos would be cheaper and more efficient than piezoelectric tiles. I don't know what dynamos are. Dinosaurs? Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs. Google gives me piezo, but Taylor says it's piezo. I don't know. Thank you, Vesper. Welcome to the chat. Glad to have you. I thought you were saying piezo, and they're the company that makes the Pathfinder games. Interesting. I'm basically Google if you think about it. I don't even know if these things are real. Maybe CEO of Ponage has just been trolling me this whole time. They're not even a real concept. I'm just being fooled. Just being fooled. But I think this gym, energy efficient gym, needs to come to fruition with pie tiles and treadmills. Piezo does exist as a prefix. I'm going to say piezo. Apparently in piezo and piezoelectric, the pronunciation is piezo is different. Oh my god, Sonk Knuckle. Oh my god. Why? I actually have this same problem with, and sometimes the root anthropo is like anthropo, and sometimes it's anthropo. Anthropology. No one says anthropology, but you say anthropology. But sometimes our era is called the Anthropocene, but then British people say Anthropocene. Anthropomorphism is always anthropomorphism. No one's saying anthropomorphism. Everyone's saying anthropomorphism. In the book Primates and Philosophers, there's kind of a new term proposed. That's anthropodenial, but I don't know if he wants it to be anthropodenial. I've been saying anthropodenial in my head, but it might be anthropodenial. I don't know though. He may be denying both pronunciations. It's true, he might be. Maybe it's anthropodenial. Anthropodenial. I'm gonna go with piezoelectric. I'm guessing environmental issues are close to your heart. Green initiatives have come a long way, but a lot of the long-term trend lines are discouraging and not easily solved. Environmental issues are close to my heart. Yes, but I will say I don't pretend to know for certain a lot about solutions when it comes to the grand scheme of things. Personally, I feel like it's what is within my realm of knowledge is advocating for what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think with this plane dominating my brain. Advocating for readiness for shitty stuff. Better architecture. You know what I'm saying? Better architecture, better lines of trade, readiness for shitty stuff. I feel like a lot of shitty stuff is on the horizon, and I don't know how to fix, like, the air, but fixing houses is, like, super feasible for my brain. And both are important. Both are important elements of things. So it's kind of where my brain is. Like, I can wrap my head much more around, like, coastal restoration projects and coastal restoration and mitigating pollution and things like that. Like, I can wrap my head around that. When it comes to, like, figuring out how to fix the sky, I have no idea what to do. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't even know how to explain, like, what's wrong, really, in detail. I know how to say it in, like, stupid ways that I don't understand. You know what I mean? Like, I know how to say all the words that I was taught. But I don't have, like, a good scientific understanding of everything. But I do have an understanding that we need to help people on coastlines and help people who are, like, experiencing issues due to pollution, whether that's, you know, water pollution or land pollution because of factory farming or waste that's being dumped into the ocean. These are, like, super tangible issues that I can wrap my head around very easily. Was university-loaned research assistant in the same building as an environmental advocacy group. Did some statistics work for them on the side. Very nice, very nice. That's my eye. The intractable problem is that as people get richer, they consume more, and it's difficult to argue that people around the world ought to not have a better quality of life. That's true. That's why we need to get the rich into gyms and on treadmills, okay? They'll love it. We don't have to eat the rich. We just have to, you know, get them exercising. It's wellness. It's greenwashed, whitewashed wellness, rich-washed wellness. Put them on treadmills and hook it up to generators. Yeah, exactly, Freddie. The solution for the issues of capitalism is going to the gym. We must all be gym bros for the people of the earth. Those rich people are gonna need to work out so much if they are the heart of the electrical infrastructure. Yeah, good. Good. Okay. For the people For the people, we the people must bench 150. Yes. Click, clack, click, clack, click, clack. Click, clack, 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 click, clack, click, clack, click, clack. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 bottom, bottom, boom. Click, clack, click, clacky, clacky, clack. Click, clack, click, clacky, clacky, clack. Click, clack, click, clacky, clacky, clack. Kata, kata. What if we made a system where you exchanged reps for goods and services? The more reps you do at the gym, the more goods and services you're entitled to. Yes, except it would have to be pretty large amounts of reps. It would have to be, we're basically turning energy into the dollar. We already have kind of like it's called, like the petrol dollar, right? The oil dollar, gas dollar, I can't think of the right word. Petrol dollar? I think it's petrol dollar. We're kind of turning energy produced during exercise into the dollar. So it would have to be a lot of reps in order to get, your bag of Rice Krispie treats, your apple, your maid, so yes, but it would have to be pretty crazy large amounts. Shuk, 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 shuk. And exactly, yeah, we gotta fit a little rep welfare for those that can't do the reps. Right. Well, what we have to do is create an economy, we have to do enough medical research where if people can't do reps, we fix the problem. If people can't do reps, they have a medical issue, right? They have a medical issue, so, we need to give them the robot arms. We need to give them the robot arms. We need to give them the medication. We need to give them their whatever so that they can do the reps. Unless they're, over 65 or something, and then they can retire. They can retire. Although, of course, we will still accept volunteers at the gym. The gym. They can retire from reps, but they can start cycling at 65. Yes, 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 yes. Build robots to produce counterfeit reps. I think that would be allowed, Darkfire, because you can, because either way you are still generating that energy. So if you can build a robot that can produce enough energy, then I think you're still entitled to your energy dollars for that, okay? I look the robot into at the gym to charge. Oh gosh. Would heavier reps be worth more? Yes. Or would the strategy be low weight, high reps? I feel like you would still be producing the most energy doing cardio. We all know that people who are doing cardio at the gym are burning more calories than people who lift. But people who lift heavier are burning more calories than people who lift less, right? So like it takes energy to do stuff, and heavier reps would be worth more than lighter reps. But for just human energy respiratory function, it'd probably be the easiest to produce the most energy doing low rep cardio. So we would end up being in a society that like had major incentives for cardio. Gotta make the robots produce more energy than it produces, right? What if we develop a system where humans are kept in artificial pods, harnessing bioelectricity and thermal energy from their bodies? Then, to keep them pacified and happy, we could connect them to a virtual reality. I feel like that's been done before, Lex. I feel like maybe that's been done before, but I don't know. I think it needs to be a system that you opt into. And like, to bring it back to reality a little bit, I think that if we created a fun way to produce energy with our bodies that was somehow like actually it felt like you were an important collection of drops in a bucket, you know? Like, people would actually be super hype about getting involved in that. Like, I think it could be something that you could very successfully market to people out for, like, people who are super physical and into environmentalism, people who want to feel like patriots, you know? You could strike both of those things, both of those markets. It doesn't have to be like a classic gym. I feel like the gym is the like obvious kind of solution, but like I do think as an idea it would be something that people would be excited about taking part in, making energy with their bodies. Yeah. Wasn't that already tried with recycling? It's somewhat of a success in some countries, maybe not huge scale, but something. Yes, definitely. Recycling's a good example. Everyone is like pro recycling. People who don't like recycling just don't like it because the recycling system in their city is shitty and just throws all the stuff away anyway, so they're very skeptical of it. Which is fair. There's a lot of cities in the US that like aren't recycling even when you want to recycle. So like that's a problem. But I haven't met anyone who's like against the idea of like recycling. Everyone is like, yeah, reduce, reuse, recycle, minimalism, reduce waste. Like these are, and I know some, you know, very, very conservative people, and they don't have a problem with like the pure concept of reducing waste and recycling and all of that. And I feel like this could similarly kind of strike across the board. Being clean, very conservative. Yes. I personally vote for sliding around on a carpet in socks to generate energy. Based Vesper. I love it. It might not work for energy generation, but anything that improves preventative health care like exercise is good for society. Yeah, I think people would be extra excited specifically for energy generation. People don't get excited about health as like our people do, but it's less exciting. It's not seen as something that is going to save the world, even though on a large scale, if an entire population needs less healthcare, then you are saving the world, yes, but like people don't see it that way. People don't feel like they're saving the world whenever they do good for themselves. It's kind of sad. It is sad. It's sad, but it's true. Imagine if we did something like the energy generated by your household is discounted from your electricity bill that month. Feels like that would be an easy first step. Yes, I would be worried that would incentivize like putting your kids to work in ways that might be bad. We would need to somehow have guardrails in to protect like child energy farming. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good. Children do have a lot of energy though. Tempting. Tempting. Yearn for the mill. The children yearn for the treadmill. Oh gosh. Hello Ava. Hello Ava. Welcome in. Welcome in. I mean, if we made like recess play areas at school have those piezo tile floors, that would incentivize, that would be like an education institution incentivization to have kids sitting in their desks less, which could actually be good for the kids, you know? Because right now the education system is incentivized to keep kids in their desks, and it's like bad for their brains and like bad for their, they have too much energy. They have too much energy. Kids have too much energy. This is the opposite of a problem in this framework of thinking, okay? We just need to keep, you know, in schools, education for children should be like physical and fun, you know? The children deserve to work in the human battery factors. Exactly, Hagen. It's good for them to get their energy out, to learn their ABCs running. Okay? That's a much better idea than the idea of giving kids less energy. Yeah, why on earth would we medicate children to give them less energy? We need to be using that energy, alright? Sorry. Working in the human battery factory builds characters. Yes, exactly. What are we naming the stream? What are we naming the stream does to avoid demonetization? Exactly. Good night, Sir Wolf. Good night, good night. Children pee. Children piezo minds. Okay, let's see. So, children as human batteries. Okay, we started talking about games and art. Let's call it art and gender. Art and gender was our first topic. Our second topic was Our Lady of Stuff, Our Lady of X. People are gonna think I'm talking about Twitter. Our Lady of Stuff, and how about this? Art and gender, Our Lady of Stuff, human powered gyms. Shaka, 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 shaka. Shaka, 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 shaka. The children and the energy minds approve. Good, good, good. Stuff? I love stuff. Yeah, I do too. I do love stuff. Our Lady of Guacalupe. Okay, sure, we'll call it Guacalupe. Art and gender, Our Lady of Guacalupe, human powered gyms. He's good. He's good. He's good. Trademark that, Sleepy. Ogden, you trademark that. Okay? You trademark that. That's yours. Who are we gonna read? 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 Read. Let's read Forest Fair. They're doing some 3D ASMR. Looks fun, looks good. Good night, my friends. It's been a very fun stream. Yesterday was super fun too. We've been getting into it. Some crazy topics. I've had such a fun time. Thank you all for being awesome and based and taking your pills. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Sleepy. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night.